Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of May 16th. I would ask that you all join for the National Anthem. Sorry, ask that you all rise and join me in the singing of the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to our very own Tenniel Towns for the singing of our national anthem and to the National Film Board for the images of our country. It's like super exciting hearing singing the national anthem. Battle of Alberta is official. I'm really excited about the next few weeks. And so I actually had a call this morning and somebody asked me if we were going to pick one team over the other. And I said, well, the majority of Grande Prairie seems to be Oilers fans, but I'm sure there's still a few Flames fans out there. But there we go. Anyways, I've digressed. So I will move on. I'd like to call this meeting, I already called it to order, adoption of the previous council meeting minutes, and I see Councillor O'Connor in the queue.
Yes, Mayor Clayton, I'd like to recommend that council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held May 2nd, 2022 as presented.
And that meeting is in order, and I will call the question. Thank you.
Councillor Bressi in favor.
And that carries unanimously. I do want to quickly, before we move on, thank Councillor O'Toole for chairing that meeting. I was away, but I was on the call, so I appreciate you filling in. I know it's not always easy, so thank you for doing that. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. I understand Councillor Blackmore had a comment.
I can move the adoption of the agenda as amended. There was a change to one of the motions, which you'll see in your meeting package.
Thank you for that motion. Motion is in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to on our agenda under open delegations, council had reached out to AHS to see if Dr. Muir would come to speak to council. I appreciate him coming today. If you'd like to come up to the table, you can introduce yourselves. We are hearing in the community, various comments, conversations, concerns. And so Dr. Muir is truly here to give an update on what's happening in his world, and then there will be an opportunity for council to ask questions. So first, thank you again for coming. I appreciate it, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. I've not been here before, so I don't quite know what the format is. I tend to be a fairly informal.
So absolutely, fellow. It's very informal. About 5 minutes of background from how things are in your world right now. Council does have a few questions. We're happy. I'll manage them so that you're not overwhelmed with questions. And if there's anything at any time that you want to get back to us on, just let us know. But just sort of looking to have an open and honest conversation of what's happening in the region in regards to healthcare and in the AHS world.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
So I know that, being a physician, I I know I was warned that that's mainly what people were interested in. And so I do have some questions that were given to me on Friday. So how about if I just start by answering some of those, and then maybe that will lead into further questions. So just to introduce myself, I'm Brian Muir. I was an obstetrician gynecologist. Well, officially I still am. I've practiced here in Grande Prairie for 25 some years, but I've retired clinically, so I'm not a practicing physician anymore for patients, but I've become the North Zone Medical Director. So my area that I help work for is all of the North. So basically think of everything Edmonton North, and that's us. So we have 2/3 of the land mass in our health zone. 5 zones, we're the North Zone, we're the best. So.
Absolutely.
Okay, so people wanted an overall update on physician, and I think that probably is focusing on physician supply. I think the rough message you should take is that we're roughly the same, roughly. So that, or okay-ish, or not so good-ish, or it depends a little bit on how you want to sway it, but we're roughly the same, which in my opinion is still far short of what we need, but it's roughly the same. So I think when we look at our 2021 numbers and we add in 2022 numbers, I think we were down 13 physicians in Grande Prairie that left. But when we look at who has come in that same period of time, we've had 11 come and 8 more still to come. So that's up 6. But this is a constant ebb and flow. I think since my little document was prepared here about 2 weeks ago, I think we've had 2 more family physicians give us notice that they're going to be relocating. So I don't want to focus too much on the exact numbers. Just know that it's roughly the same. I mean, currently right now it's looking a little bit better on the hiring process. But I mean, 6 months now I could be giving you the reverse. Where we're the most, I think the thing for Grande Prairie that we're the most acutely aware that we're short is family physicians. So in the North Zone overall, we have a 20% vacancy rate for rural family physicians. We also have a vacancy rate of 20% for our nursing staff. Grande Prairie is also in about that mark as well. So it's not, Grande Prairie is not really remarkable. It's the same. All the rural zones are short nurses and short doctors. It's a little bit more for us in the North Zone. This would be reflected when I speak to community members. Many of our employers are also short employees. Sometimes it's harder for us to get employees, and it's no different in the physician or healthcare world. So if we think that roughly 20% that were vacant for family physicians, that really means that for every 4 docs, we need another one. So that's a pretty significant blow. Right now in Grande Prairie, we have about 43 family physicians. 2/3 of them work also in the hospital. About 1/3 of them only work in the community. We think we need at least 9 or 10 more. And, we can't be always that accurate on how many do we actually need, because, there are differences in the way people work and that kind of a thing. So as we get closer to our fill mark, we get more accurate. But when we're sitting at a 20 to 25% vacancy rate, we can't, let's not focus on just exactly how many physicians we're short. Just know that we're really short. Be aware that also that not only are we really short family physicians in the province, and us as well, but the whole Western world is short anaesthetists. So anesthesia, shortage of anesthesia is going to become more and more of an issue as the years go by. So I think somebody said, are we concerned about our family physicians? Well, and should you guys be concerned? Well, yes, you should be concerned about your family physicians. And then the follow-up question that is, well, what are we doing about that as Alberta Health Services? Well, we're trying to hire. I mean, that's as simple as it is. One of the things that I want people to understand is that Alberta Health Services tries to hire people, but we're not in the job of training them. So, remember there's a distinction between who does the training, who pays for the training. We're just the employer who's trying to hire. Now we have all sorts of incentive projects, we have different kinds of incentives, which, essentially takes them from other jurisdictions and other countries. And we have many of them. We have very good, we have lots of kind of those incentives. The next question is, well, what can the city do? Well, I don't think you should do anything different. I mean, I've lived here for 25 years. It's a great place. Like Grande Prairie has always welcomed me and my family. You know, the community is very grateful for the healthcare providers we have, not just for physicians, but for nursing staff. I mean, your city here holds an appreciation every year. I mean, it's one of the few places that does. I don't think there's a thing that you could do better. I mean, I love it here. So okay, that was the questions that were asked of me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I'm good. Open it up to council for questions. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much, Dr. Muir, for being here today. And yeah, I got a couple questions. They may be hard questions. For that, I apologize. It's not meant to offend. It's part of our job to understand a bit better. So since going back to this past July, so July 2021, I started receiving complaints from a variety of health professionals, from nurses, doctors, specialists, and it was in regards to the culture around Alberta Health Services, working at the hospital and otherwise. Some stayed, some left, some went out of province. I'm sure you've seen a lot of that. But a lot of what they were talking about was about the culture, that they're suffering from burnout. The protocols are tough on them, the number of hours they have to work, the number of staff they work with. So I guess my question for you is, when we're talking about recruitment, we're also talking about retention. So what is Alberta Health Services plans, or do you have any plans, or were you aware that the culture, at least from some of the people working inside the hospital and in health, some have called it toxic? Like, how do you change that and keep more of these professionals in the north?
Well, you are absolutely right. Retention is very, very important. I think it's fair to say that our workforce is tired. They're exhausted. But that's why we went into this. We didn't go into this business just to take a holiday when there's a pandemic. So, that's kind of but that doesn't mean it's not hard on people and hard on their families, we do have many support services for our staff, for physicians and for staff. But yeah, it is a tired workforce. Yes.
So how is Alberta Health Services going to go about improving that for professionals working in the field?
Well, we are going to continue doing business. So there's no good answer for your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I have a couple questions kind of around capacity. So do you know what percentage of people who live in this, say the North Zone, because you're looking at the whole North Zone, are currently without their own family physician? Do you know what percentage of the population that would be?
Well, not accurately, but the answer that you really could take is that that if we're 20% vacancy, essentially we are under by 20%.
Okay, because what numbers we hear often are that as many as 40% of people in Grande Prairie don't have access to their own family physician. So, I'm not in the business of collecting those stats, and I assume that you are. So,
well, I know that we're short.
We're short. And we've talked, council's kind of talked amongst ourselves, and we're wondering, one of the things we're wondering is if you still have access to signing bonus pots of money for nurses, anesthetists, or doctors. And if you do, has that money decreased or increased over the last, say, 15 or 20 years?
I don't know about the nursing staff, so I mainly deal with the physician side. We have generous signing bonuses that are still there. I can tell you that they have gone up in value. Now, have they changed in the last few years? I don't know off the top of my head, but they're generous, and they're typically linked to how long a term are you willing to sign in return for, and how remote is the posting, and how desperate are we in that particular place for that particular posting. Did that answer that?
Thank you for that. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just a couple points of clarity, I guess. When you say you're the North Zone Medical Director, is that in recruiting doctors or doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals?
The way Alberta Health Services is structured is it's based on a team approach, or what we call a dyad approach. So we don't have a healthcare system that is run by operations, and we don't have a healthcare system that is run by doctors. We have a healthcare system that is run by both. So, for example, I'm in charge of all aspects of Alberta Health Service physicians, but I work with Stacey Greening, who is the Chief Zone Officer, and she represents the operations side of it. And so together we tackle these questions and work together as a team.
Okay. And then the numbers that you gave where we lost 13, gained 11, is that specific to the Grande Prairie Hospital? Or
Yes, this is Grande Prairie.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Muir, for coming. My question to you is, you know what we've seen with immigration through what's happening in Ukraine and such? So it's kind of like, I'm making a stretch here, but to bring in immigrants, professional immigrants to our country or to our province, is there any way to fast track some of that, 3-year wait or 4-year wait, or, that collective where they have to figure out what education base matches to Canada? Is there any way that Alberta Health Services can get on board with somebody to get things happening faster instead of just spinning all the time?
Well, essentially, we already have a fast track approach, but it's just not fast from maybe what your perception is. So to fast track, to get somebody into the country in 1 or 2 or even 3 years is much faster than it was years and years ago. And we regularly recruit nursing staff and physician staff from out of country. So this is it's a regular means of doing business. So
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, 3 years does not seem like fast, but okay. And my other question was, I understand that many nurses are coming in from outside of our area, particularly surgical nurses, and there's a significant cost to that, as far as, flying them in, hotels, increase in wages, just dinners, everything. But when you add all that up, as far as attraction and retention, why can't we put those kinds of dollars into people either coming here or staying here?
Okay, I think I know what you're getting at. In the physician world, a physician either moves to a community and works and lives there, or he or she becomes what we call a locum physician, where they just travel to that community for a set period of time and then leave the community. The same thing exists for the nursing world. It's not called locum nursing per se. It's typically called agency nursing, but it's the same idea. So think of them as not permanent to that community, but think of them as just filling in as need be. We would, of course, much more prefer someone to move and live and reside in a community. It's better for everyone. But if that is not working, then we will go to agencies to find temporary replacements.
I just don't see that overall changing, because if somebody is getting significant dollars as a locum, nurses are not, what would draw them to stay? And so is it a whole paradigm shift within that system?
If you're talking, so maybe I'm getting what you're getting. I think what you're saying is that if somebody's making so much more money as a locum nurse, why not stay a locum nurse as opposed to take a permanent position? Okay, on the numbers of it, if you just look at their hourly wage, yes, they get paid more per hour than, let's say, some nurse they're working alongside of. But the nurse who's full-time actually has a higher wage if you look at all the benefits, the pension, the seniority, the vacation time. When you look at all those benefits that come with taking a position, then you're way better off to take a permanent position.
Perfect. Thank you for clearing that up.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to Councillor Lanners because the other people had one round, and then I'm gonna chime in myself. So I'll go to Councillor Lanners first.
Thank you for coming, Dr. Muir. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I actually have two questions. So I'll, first of all, well, what percentage of nursing staff are part-time? And I know, is there any initiatives to try and change that around? I know when I was on the board, it was a significant problem in the sense that in terms of benefits and all, and costs and all those kinds of things. And so do you have any idea what that is?
I don't. Remember, I'm not an expert at the nursing side of it, but I don't know what that percentage would be, but I wouldn't see it as a problem. Remember, many people prefer to work part-time because it allows them to be more flexible in the home environment than, let's say, be full-time. If you're part-time, it's more flexible. If you're casual, it's even more flexible. So there are various types of shifts and positions that people apply for, and they tend to migrate to what they prefer. If they want full-time, there's typically full-time available.
Yeah, I knew provincially, though, we were a much higher proportion of part-time nursing as opposed to the rest of the other provinces, and they were trying to change that. So I was just curious if anything had evolved in that regard. But my other question is I'm sure you've been tapped on the shoulder and bugged and niddled about the Muskwa group. Do you, from your perspective, do you see that as having some potential for enhancement for services in the community and maybe shortening timelines or those kinds of things, or not so much? Okay,
So is that the private business venture with the Mayo Clinic?
yes.
Okay, so really that's a private venture, but I mean, this current government, of course, is very much proposing private healthcare, and so go for it. I have no issues, but it's not really directly an AHS issue.
Unless it helps to take some of the pressure off the staffing needs and those kinds of things.
Well, then it's good.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. Just a question, maybe you can answer it, maybe you can't. But there are doctors coming into Grande Prairie, like you mentioned, and there are doctors leaving. Are they staying in the province, or are they coming from out of the province, and are they leaving the province? From what you may or may not know.
I don't actually know much the specifics regarding the Grande Prairie physicians that I was giving you on. I know some of them, but I can't give you enough of a broad answer to answer that in general. So, but if you'd like a general answer about the North Zone, I can give you that. Sure. We have some who go to BC, some who go to the bigger city, some who go to smaller communities. It really is a mix, and it seems to be the same mix as we have from Central Zone and South Zone. So it tends to be, the factors tend to be the same from all the rural zones. So.
Okay. And the doctors themselves that are coming, are they coming from other countries, or are they coming from inside of Canada, or are they coming from other parts of Alberta?
Some are Canadian and many are international graduates.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
I'm just going to chime in here. So I'm aware that doctors in Grande Prairie are paid approximately 16% more than doctors in Edmonton and Calgary. And that's a great attraction piece. What my concern is retention. And so as a municipality, we've taken on many actions. Myself, I have toured a doctor who was considering moving here to get her to experience the community. I recently had a meeting with and a meal with a doctor who is moving here in the fall, just for her to her and her husband to get to know the area. We also, we began sponsoring graduating medical students at U of A to build connections, and we're looking to expand that into U of C. So as a municipality, we're trying to do our role in the retention as well as attraction. If we're not, I'm gathering from your answer to your last question to Councillor O'Toole that there's not really a finite reason why some of them are leaving. That doesn't seem to be a clear path. Has there been consideration maybe to do a more thorough exit interview to see why they're leaving? Because if once they're attracted here, as a municipality, we're happy to help to try to keep them here. But if we know why they're leaving, it'll help you to help them keep here. So, or stay here rather. So tell me, is there an exit interview? Can we get to some finite sort of reasons or more defined reasons? And then in turn, as a municipality, can we do more to help you retain them?
So I like your idea about the exit interviews. When I was not in this current position, but when I was the deputy for this position, then that was one of the tasks I took upon myself. And one of the very interesting things is that what physicians would confide in me as an outsider and unknown to them was very often completely different what they were telling their business partners, what they were telling their hospital staff, and what they were telling their patients. Now, of course, who knows if they were telling me the truth, but they would at least start saying, I don't want you to say this to anybody here, but this is what's going on.
Right.
And they were various reasons, but most of them were for personal reasons, not for money reasons. It was for personal reasons. And typically, I think that people who are happy and content stay where they are. And people who are unhappy for whatever reason will search for happiness somewhere else. And happiness comes in many different ways. I mean, there's happiness and fulfillment in your work environment. And money is really just a substitute for gratitude, right? Like money, at the end of the day, we think money is important, but it's not. It's the interactions you have with people. It's, do you feel worthwhile in your work? That's what really gives you fulfillment. And then you need to be happy in your personal life. And sometimes, things aren't going well in your personal life, and we know that work life and home life are linked. And then there's the community. How do you tie in the community? And that's what you were getting at, is what can we do as the city of Grande Prairie to help with that? But quite frankly, it's a great city. And so we got lots of activities. We've got lots of things to do, and it's a supportive community. So I really don't think there's anything for you to do there. But again, I'm just coming back to, it's typically people who aren't completely content, either from a work point, either from a personal point of view, and they're going to search for happiness elsewhere. So
I guess in summary, if the municipality is happy to do more to introduce new members to, amenities of the region, to have appreciation events, to have community events where, you get sort of tunneled in your work path, and you may not be seeing what's going on around you. So we're happy to continue to expand that role to provide information and valuable experience, and a special experience for doctors. I guess what I'm gathering is from your comments is that it's more of an internal issue. So in my opinion, then it should be even more important to get that information so that AHS can learn from that, and in turn keep these doctors longer. Because don't get me wrong, I understand at some point we can't change the weather. We're a northern city, and maybe you don't like snow and you don't want to deal with snow. But there are other things that we can change, and there are other things that AHS can change. And at the end of the day, just, working together to keep doctors. The ones that are retired, great. I wish you all the best in your retirement. But the ones that are leaving that are at a great working age, it's really unfortunate to see that. So if we can learn from that, I think it would be a valuable step.
Totally agree. Good comments.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks again for being here, Dr. Muir. I have a couple questions for you. The first one's really important because it may determine if I sit in a barber's chair or not in the near future. COVID-19, is it pandemic or endemic at this phase?
We're splitting hairs, and I'm not the one to ask. So
fair enough. Okay, so then I'm still growing my hair, Council. There you go. Okay, so my second question, it has to do with causation versus correlation, and I'm going to preface it a bit, so I apologize for time. In the beginning of COVID-19, when somebody died, they swabbed them. They found out that they were positive for COVID-19. They said they died by COVID-19. Now, a lot of the discussion that took place later was, did they die with or from COVID-19? And so that's that correlation or the causation. So in the stats, it was the cause of death, and then later we found out that it was a corollary death due to COVID-19. So my question is, since December, pretty consistently, we've been at about a 76 to 90% ICU admission, hospitalization, and deaths in the double to triple vaccinated category for all people who are hospitalized or have died, and always in that 15 to 20% range, 25 at the highest for the unvaccinated population. Now, I haven't seen very many news articles on the potential for correlation, but is Alberta Health Services investigating the safety, the efficacy of the vaccines, and are they applying the same lens to the vaccines as we did in COVID in the beginning?
Well, that was a long lead up, but I think at the end of that,
simple question.
Welcome to my world.
At the end of that, you've asked me, is Alberta Health Services looking at the efficacy of vaccinations?
Yeah, or basically the question is, are we applying the same lens to the vaccines as we did to COVID in the beginning?
Well, I think, this is not exactly my really strong area. I believe so, but, I think you're probably best to ask the ministry that question, not us as Alberta Health Services. So.
Okay. And why, the Ministry of Health, they would know more than?
Well, the ministry is in charge of policy and gives us advice, and so.
Gotcha. I see what you're throwing down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I just have a comment to make. You said earlier in your presentation that, as we know, AHS is in charge of service, not in charge of training. Do you see any role for council to advocate the, Ministry of Advanced Education to encourage increased numbers for students in all levels of medical services in the province? And if you do this, I'm not asking you to say you should do A, B, and C right now, but it would be good to have these conversations maybe at a later time where we could say, what you're working on, what we could be helping you work on.
And again, I'll be a little bit vague because, the ministry is in charge of giving us policy, but I think it's pretty obvious with 20% vacancy rates that we are not training enough of who we need. And I think it's fair to say if we increase the number of our local kids to go into nursing or into medical school, that's only going to benefit us to actually recruit them back. And the second part of that is to increase the number of training spots for what we need. So if we need rural family physicians and if we need anesthesia, it makes more sense to train those in preference. So did that answer your question?
So yes, you would like our help.
Yes, but that's for you to decide if that's appropriate or not.
And then as a follow-up for that, we know that physicians are in a kind of a headlock with the province and don't have a contract. And we could probably at least voice an opinion that the province and the physicians need to get together, solve their issues.
If there was harmony, it would certainly help.
All right. Well, I don't see anyone else in the queue. So I truly want to thank you for coming. Appreciate your time and the information you've provided, and look forward to seeing you again. I don't know, Dr. Muir, if I know you weren't here last time, but we sort of as a council had said we'd love to sit down with AHS quarterly, so you'll probably get a letter from us again, and we'd love to have you out, and maybe let's hope that the discussion isn't attraction and retention of healthcare professionals on that go around. But anyways, I thank you for coming and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
All right, so moving on our agenda, just give me one sec. Next under reports, item number 6 is reports following that item 6.1, Inter-Municipal Development Plan Negotiating Committee. So part of the ICF was to put together, when it was concluded, was to put together an inter-municipal committee as well. We paused our inter-municipal development plan during our ICF discussions and negotiation, and now it's time to bring back that committee. So an inter-municipal development plan negotiating committee has been struck with, needs to be struck at the city. The county is striking a committee as well. There is a motion in front of you, and I just look for mover, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I would move that Council appoint Mayor Clayton and Councillor Laners and Bressie to the Inter-Municipal Development Plan Negotiating Committee. And yeah, just to top up what you already said, this is a part of the good work that will determine, you know, where the city grows and how we do it in alignment with the county. It safely protects not just county interests, but especially the city's interests in future developments. And it's a good border crossing to create, and something that we definitely want to renegotiate. So I'm full support of these appointments.
Thank you for that. So I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 6.2, the Grande Prairie Public Library Board, a public member appointment. We recently were notified that they were in need of another member. I'll just look to see if Director Miller or Councillor O'Connor have some comments. Councillor O'Connor?
I'd like to move, but if there's other questions.
Sure. Director Miller, is there any background? No? Okay. So feel free, Councillor O'Connor, to make that motion.
Yes, I'd like to have council appoint Miss Daniel Whiteway to the Grande Prairie Public Library Board for a term ending December 31st, 2023. And in speaking to this, I think Miss Whiteway would bring the requisite qualities to help the library board during these tough times. So just think it would be a great appointment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and that motion is in order. I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on, item number 7 on the agenda tonight is committee business. And under committee business, first is the Community Services Committee meeting. That was held on May 10th. And I will turn that to Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, May 10th, 2022, as presented.
Motion's in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, you have one item of business that I'm aware of.
Well, it's actually 2 items in one. So I'll make 2 motions for 1 item here. And to that, I would move that council reallocate funds identified for Municipal Government Day in the amount of $21,000 to the Experience Grande Prairie event. Just speaking to this event, for those watching at home, at our committee meeting, we had a discussion on where Municipal Government Day is going and whether or not council wants to continue with that. We also understood, as presented in a report by administration, that downtown business owners and the like have all been under the gun of construction for the better part of 5.5 years here. And we want to give them an opportunity where we can celebrate a bit of Grande Prairie, add some aspects of Municipal Government Day and other stuff to draw people into the core and see all the great work that we've invested in for the center. So I would encourage council to support this motion. I'll get on to the second one.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council allocate $35,000 from Council Strategic Initiatives Fund for the Experience Grande Prairie event. And just speaking to this motion, this extra increment of money, the $35,000, will go to handle all the expenses that we may incur through this event. Building and having events and hosting events isn't always the cheapest thing in the world, but I think we're getting good value for this, and hopefully we'll get a good outpouring of people to come and enjoy the show as it is in our core.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Perfect. That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, any highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, there's a few actually, some good things happening in our community. First off, we got delegations that came in and presented to committee from the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie to update us on their successes and challenges over the past year. Alberta Environments and Parks came to propose the city involvement on the Wapiti Recreation and Trail Management Planning Committee. And Jeremy Thiessen came in to try to utilize one of our spaces in our CKC in the grandstands there that has been underutilized, and is hoping to get a little bit of support and drum up some business for the good of all that are enjoying a game at those grandstands. Also, just a couple notes to put out to the community. The Aquatics New Hire Incentive Program has officially launched, and newly employed aquatic staff can be reimbursed for up to $500 for advanced courses and certifications, and hopefully this will go a long way to getting well-trained staff as our Eastlink Centre gets up and running again. Speaking of the Eastlink Centre, Public Swim has moved to drop-in only now, so bring your family, pop on by and take a swim. Also, the Bonnets Energy Centre box office has awarded their RFP for ticketing services to Paciolin Ticketing. Paciolin? I think that's what it is. Probably Paciolin. Yeah, I don't. They all sound the same, but they're a leader in the ticketing industry with 40 plus years of experience, and it will go live, their new system, on July 1st, which is Canada Day, and will feature many enhancements for everyone who is using that service. Administration is also working hard to de-winterize the Grande Prairie outdoor pool and are aiming to have it open for this weekend. And I'm seeing the grimaces. So for June, we'll have it open for June if you're interested in an outdoor swim. And of course, you can just drop in. You don't have to book a slot either. Finally, I'd like to say that administration would like to thank the bid committee and the city's senior graphic designer, and I would, as the chair of this committee, for their time and talents in preparing the bid to host the 2024 Alberta Winter Games. Hopefully we'll be successful in that bid, and all that hard work will go recognized, because that's what hard work does. It gets recognized, right? So thank you very much to all our staff and community partners for helping put that bid together. And for anyone who's interested, this weekend is International Museums Day. All of our museums are open for drop-in to the public, and you might even see a counselor or two at one of the museums. Thanks.
Thanks for your update. I see the Director of Community Services may want to clarify some of your comments. Director Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just in regards to the outdoor pool, we're trying really hard for May 27th. So not the long weekend, but the weekend after, prior to June. So,
Perfect. Thank you for that update. All right, moving along to item 7.2, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting, also held on May 10th. I will turn that one over to Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that Council adopt the minutes of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held May 10th, 2022, as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Any comments or questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Any meeting highlights, Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, I'll try and keep it short. It was a very busy meeting, and just like from economic development, 10 new businesses opened up. We had 2 revitalization grants approved, and we have 6 in potential hopper. We also have in engineering tender posted for Phase 4 rehabilitation program of 116th Street between 84th and 97th Avenue. We're also tendering for catch basin manhole program request for proposals, and also a request for proposals for a 2023 road rehabilitation design and construction and supervision tender for 132nd Avenue and 97th Street intersection traffic upgrades. And then Phase 4, a downtown project has been started, and hopefully everything goes well. And street cleaning has been done in the first 3 zones. So looking forward to see that all done by the 1st of June.
Perfect. And just a little bit of clarification, the street cleaning, that is completion of the first round. So there are potentially is 2 rounds of arterial and secondary routes, sometimes 2 rounds of residential. So if people see the streets and go, what, that's clean?
No, well,
There
this,
is no
I should have mentioned that the residential areas have not been touched yet, and they will be started after the 1, 2, 3 in priorities. Am I correct in that, Director Glavin?
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, essentially correct. We do street sweeping basically up until the point that we start snow removal. So it does continue for the duration of the year until, or for as long as we can do it.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification. Anything further, Councillor O'Connor?
No, just a wonderful day in paradise. Thank you.
All right. Well, we did not have a Corporate Services Committee meeting as either. We also did not have a Protective and Social Services meeting. So that is all of our committee business. Geez, I'm tripping over my lips today. From May 10th. I'm going to move on to correspondence. Item 8.1, I'll look to for introduction, possibly from Ms. Karbaszewski. Are you all right with that, since the letter was sent to Ms. or Director Trim? Maybe who would like to take this? I'm happy to do it, but Director Glavin, maybe. Okay. I'll do it. Oh, there we go. Councillor Blackmore would love, as the council representative on that committee, would be happy to take this piece of correspondence.
Boy, for a minute there, I was worried that this was like there was like some kind of punishment going to happen here. So all of the board appointments to the downtown business improvement area are made by council appointment. And so we've received a letter from the Downtown Business Improvement Association asking us to make the following appointments. So I would move the council appoint Doug Morris, Jason Swatsky, Don Miller, and Christina McNeil Don Murray, and Christina McNeil for a term ending March 1st, 2023. John Kriska and Marcus Oser, is that Oser? For a term ending March 1st, 2024. And finally, Chelsea O'Neill, Grantberg, and Cliff Heaton for a term ending March 1st, 2025.
All right. So as mentioned, 3 different expiration dates on the terms. The committee members are there in the motion. I will recognize Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I need to step back from this as declaring conflict.
Councillor Bosch is removing herself from the chambers and declaring a conflict of interest, as this organization is her employer. So any further comments or questions on the, sorry, I'm getting yelled at.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, I'm one of the people being nominated, so I'm going to excuse
Councillor
myself.
Berg is also going to remove himself, as he is one of the nominees. And I'm sure you would have not voted for yourself. So we'll make sure that we remove. Anyone else got a conflict? Okay, good. It'd be much more efficient. So anyways, regardless, the list is there. I don't see anybody in the queue for comments or questions, so I will call the question. Please vote with your fingers and not your mouth. And that carries unanimously. If you would like to grab Councillor Berg and Councillor Bosch, that would be great. Councillor Bressie, could you grab Councillor Bosch? Thank you. There we go. Okay, so moving along, item number 9, our delegation business. There was only one delegate, and since it's been a month that I actually sat in this chair, I'm going to remind those of you who may be watching, if you'd like to be a delegate at a council meeting at the 3 p.m. portion of the meeting, we do not need notice. You're more than welcome just to show up, speak to council about any issue of concern, item of concern. If you do intend to attend the evening portion, we do ask that you fill out the appropriate paperwork and let us know ahead of time, and then it's on our agenda. So we had one delegation this evening, Dr. Brian Muir from AHS. I'm going to look to council to see if there's any business arising. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate Alberta Health Services coming in sometimes to face the firing squad of questions. This is a bit of a friendlier chamber, but I don't think there's any action that we can undertake based off of the presentation today. So I just move that we receive the presentation for information.
Perfect. That motion's in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. There was no other delegation business. There are no notices of motion, so I will call the recess and we will be back here at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the evening session of City Council meeting of March, I don't even know what day it is today. March 6th, May 16th. Wow, time's moving quick. I'm not going back to March. All right, good evening and welcome. We are going to open tonight's session with our public hearings. We have one public hearing on the agenda tonight, item 14.1. Yep, but I have public hearings in the agenda first.
If you scroll up, you'll see 2 delegations right after recess.
Okay,
Right
there we go. All right. So we're going to start with our scheduled delegations. As we mentioned earlier, if you'd like to come and speak to council at any time, you're more than welcome to come at 3 p.m. without letting us know. It's great if you do. Give us a heads up of what you would like to talk about. However, for the evening session, you need to fill out some paperwork and let us know ahead of time that you're coming. Tonight, 2 groups let us know that they will be coming. First on the agenda, Mr. Randy Arsenal, item 12.1 from CMHA. If you'd like to come up, Mr. Arsenal, and introduce yourself at the table. Then you have 5 minutes to speak to council. We have your request form in front of us. So please take your 5 minutes, update council on what you'd like to talk about. Then council will have a chance to ask you questions. And then our delegation portion of the meeting is dealt with at the end. But for now, take your time of your 5 minutes and I'll open it up to council for questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thanks for having me. A little background, I'm Randy Arsenal, the Executive Director, of course, for Canadian Mental Health Association. We've been providing mental health services across Canada for over 100 years. In Grande Prairie, we started here in 1995. Some of the programs we provide are mobile addictions outreach, recovery college, support for persons with disabilities, the hub, Willow Place, which is a 57-unit studio apartments. And of course, we also have a 5-bedroom house. We also manage a property that city owns located at 7202 and 7204 99A Street. We've been looking after that property since 2008. We also provide low-income housing for people with mental illness, and we'd like to continue, of course. Right now, we're hoping to request council to transfer the property mentioned, the 7202 and 7204, to Canadian Mental Health Association in order for us to leverage our borrowing to increase our housing units in Grande Prairie. Council has supported Canadian Mental Health for many years, including Willow Place Apartments. We have a few leases with the city, and I'm hoping for continued support in granting this request.
Perfect. Thanks for keeping it on time. You're the first of very few that actually keep it on time, so I appreciate that. In the queue first, I have Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Arsenault, thanks for coming tonight. Can you tell us what you're using the location mentioned 7? I don't have the address off the top of my head, but what type of rental property is that? I think it's rental, right?
Right. It's 7202 property. It's a 3-plex, and we utilize that place for low-income housing, people that are having difficulty on the streets with mental illness. Most of it is through the Housing First programs, and also some of the other clients that we look after. So we still want to proceed with that low-income housing component.
Okay. And is it families that are in there, or is it a number of individuals in each unit? Or?
Right. We have a 3-bedroom, which is a family of 2 children. We have a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom. Right now, we have a vacancy in it. We currently have the 3-bedroom unit occupied.
All right, thanks for that. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. I'm just wondering, did I hear you correct that you wanted to leverage the property by another property? Is that what I'm hearing correct?
What I would like to do is we have our Willow Place apartments and we have another couple properties in Grande Prairie. When going for a mortgage for funding, the more assets you have, the better the banks will look at it. So I would like to have that as another property that we would own.
And right now the city owns that property,
Yes,
and you're leasing it, and you'd like to transfer the title over. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We have a 5-year lease. We've been renewing leases over the years. Right now we have a 5-year lease.
All right. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is this low-income housing for the participants using it?
Yes, it is. You have to qualify. And I believe the 2022 amount is 36,000, I believe. That just came out to qualify for low income.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Arsenault. Nice to see you again. My question is in regards to the properties that you already have. The previous council, I believe, we transferred the title to Willow Place. So you wanted these properties to leverage more borrowing for more social housing builds. But have you, to this date, since receiving the transfer from Willow Place, have you tried to borrow with your existing assets?
We did have one loan currently, and we bought 5 properties to the west of Willow Place. They were rental properties. We purchased them with the planning to build on those 5 lots for additional housing. However, right now, the board has asked me to go out and see the needs of the community, whether it's single units, family units, and that's what I'm doing right now. But yes, the Willow Place property, CMHA owned the building and the city owned the land, and it was a partnership for the last 20 years. And we had 2 vacant lots by Wapiti House that we basically transferred for the lots.
Okay, so just can you remind me again how big of a property you were looking to build on those 5 properties adjacent to Willow Place?
We have plans with the architectural for 47 units. We were trying to move a couple years ago, but we didn't have soil testing performed, which we do now. We have soil testing, we have architectural drawings. We just have to make sure that's the best plan to build a larger unit there, or we might be looking at a smaller unit or multiple units throughout Grande Prairie.
Okay, and I have one more, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
In regards to this, how big of a project? What's your budget for this project if it were to go through?
Right. The one beside Willow Place, we were looking at a $12.5 million budget.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Leoners.
Yeah, thank you for coming tonight. So I part of my answer was I got through Councillor Thiessen, but have you started working with the city to try and figure out some kind of an arrangement so that upon sale of these buildings, there's some kind of, I don't know, let's say benefit back to the city in terms of the lot or in terms of the house and all that kind of stuff? Or is it just trying to make sure that, I'm not exactly sure how the process works. So,
right.
I don't know if you've started those talks or not with the city.
We had initial discussions on, permit fees, building fees, which the city is supporting us. We just have to either proceed with that large project or look at these downsizing it to a more manageable with the cost, of course, with COVID, with supply costs. Budgets are very high. I believe Willow Place back 20 years ago was probably under a $2 million build, and that was for 57 units.
So the idea with these 2 lots that you're looking at, the 7202 and 4, is to get closer to your down payment that you need so that you can build this larger project? Is that what you're saying?
We would be looking at that as another asset that CMHA would own. So when we go to a financial institution, we would show the assets.
Okay.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, Mr. Arsenault. So one of the things, well, a couple of things. Is the title on that free and clear? Is there any leftover debt on that?
On the city property?
Yeah.
I don't believe there is. I don't have that
I'm not
information.
sure. Okay. And is this the last property that the city owns that is in cooperation with you or partnering with you on?
I believe it is. There was a number of properties that were transferred over to Grand Spirit a number of months ago, and I believe this may be the last property.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm wondering, I guess, with Willow Place, CMHA owned the building, the city owned a lot, so that was a good property transfer. For these duplex, the triplex that we're talking about tonight, the city owns the land and you own the building. Is that the case?
My apologies. No, the city owns the buildings and the lot. We're just we're leasing the property, managing it.
Okay, so you don't have any equity in the property, land or building in either way?
Yeah. No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
So just if I may, clarification for new council. As mentioned, CMHA was transferred title to Willow Place, has that asset. There's these two standalone facilities that you would like the asset transferred, and collectively you'll use all of your assets to borrow money to build a new facility. I'm going to jump in the queue because everyone's had a go. Do you own the land that you want to build on?
Yes,
already?
we do.
And it's adjacent to the existing Willow Place?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess I thought maybe this would be for later, but perhaps now. Do you have the ability to sell this land if it was titled under you then? What guarantee does the city have that you're going to continue with this, path?
Right, and a very good question. We would be able to sell it. However, that wouldn't be in our best interest. I guess we can show over the last 20 years we have supported the low-income housing with Willow Place. So even we are able to charge market rental in Willow Place, but we're not interested in doing that. So I guess that could be written into an agreement, I would suppose. However, as the executive director, I have no plans on considering that. I would be looking at that as another facility that we could house people in need. Sometimes people have needs that need to be supported, and you have to give them the housing first, and then you can work on their mental support.
I have no doubt that that is the path that you want to follow, but things change after people come and go. So I would like to ask administration some questions after the fact and in that regard.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just have one last question, Mr. Arsenault. You mentioned that you're doing a needs assessment. So at this point, you're not sure exactly what the needs are. You're just sort of getting your ducks in a row for a potential project.
All I've used is the city's report. I'd like to connect with some other organizations to see what their plans are in the next 5 years, just to make sure we're either not duplicating or we're not oversaturating the market. I think there is a need, especially families, which the board is interested in, and also for more studio apartments too.
Perfect. All right. I'll just ask council if there's any further questions for the delegation, and if not, we can leave our questions for administration until when we get to delegation business. Seeing none, thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate you staying on time. Take care. Moving on tonight, we have another delegation who let us know that they were coming. Familiar face who's been here a couple times recently. And well, come on up, ladies. Introduce yourself for those who are watching. Item 15.2 on our agenda tonight is a Tiny Hands of Hope. And we are getting closer and further down the road to success. So I look forward to your update and what your request is tonight. So please feel free to take your 5 minutes, and then council may have some questions.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me again. Tonight with me, my name is Karen Gilkison. I'm the co-founder of Tiny Hands of Hope and have been working on the Children's Memorial Garden project since 2016. With me tonight is a community member, Nadine LaCroix, and she is going to introduce the proposed name with you this evening. So, we will try to be brief. So you all know that we're aiming to break ground on May 25th. So we need a name. The Children's Memorial Garden was simply a placeholder. It was never meant to be the official name, as it did not line up with our mission and our vision. Our ask for you tonight is to approve our name so that we could have it at our groundbreaking, and we will discuss the name here and break it down for you shortly how we came up with that. The naming of the garden was a collaborative effort with Tiny Hands of Hope, Compassionate Friends, Children's Memorial Garden Planning Committee, several members within our organizations, the Friendship Center, and a few key members in our community. There really was no other name that really could showcase what the garden will be, or what the garden meant to so many families, so we will just kind of break that down for you. We also wanted to ensure that the garden name was empathetic, compassionate for every person, race, and gender.
Thank you, Karen. So I'm one of those community members that was part of the conversation. Hi, everyone. I love that the name Blossoming Garden of Hope really expresses what the garden is all about. It's right in the name. We want it to be a hopeful, beautiful place that people want to visit. And there's power in a name. We could see people shortening it to, let's go to the Blossoming Garden or the Garden of Hope. Maybe even the Duck Garden, who knows? The meaning of the name is broken down as follows. So blossom first. Blossoms represent the fragility and the beauty of life. They're a reminder that life is almost overwhelmingly beautiful and that it is also tragically short. The power in this word is very personal to me. 10 years ago, I flew to Vancouver immediately following the birth of Karen's daughter, Stella. I stayed for over a week, and each day I walked to and from the intensive care to visit Karen and Stella, and it was spring, and the trees were blooming. And every morning and evening as I walked past the pink and the white blooms, and I can remember it like it was yesterday, and I couldn't help but smile and be pulled out of my sadness. Every day with Stella was a gift in her 17 short, beautiful days, and I felt like those blossoms were a gift to me. They really demanded me to be present and enjoy the moment, and it uplifted me. The intention of the blossoms is to bring joy to our families, to be a reminder of the beauty and the tragedy. So in the garden, there's 25 different varieties of perennials and shrubs, 10 different varieties of blooming trees, and they're gonna bloom at different times throughout the summer. We'll see some change color throughout the season as well. We see the garden as a place where people will come often, so we wanna give them lots to see, and we want the landscape to change.
And that brings us to our next name, is hope. After a child dies, one of the first things that we look for as parents is hope. Hope that we will be okay. Hope that we can survive the immense pain. Hope that one day we will be a resemblance, just a small resemblance of who we used to be. Hope that one day our life won't be so dark. Hope that we can find support that will help us. Hope that our children will be okay if the family, of course, has a living child. And of course, this extends outside of the family that suffered the loss of the child. It impacts an entire community of people who also hope the family will be okay and hope that they themselves will be strong enough to remember that child's birthday, to say that child's name in front of that family, because there is a lot of fear in that. So really pulling on that hope. This garden will project healing. There is peace and calm when we are surrounded by nature, and that has been proven. And we want that to start with a name. Let's go to the Blossoming Garden of Hope. We want this garden to reflect hope and let the visitors that are in pain from carrying their grief know that an entire community is behind them, that they are not alone in their pain, giving them moments of joy, hope, and strength to keep going, and reminding them that the city of Grande Prairie really cares about them as well. This is my personal story of how I came to learn about the Blossoming Gardens. As Nadine mentioned, my daughter was born on April 6th. We were medevaced out to Vancouver, and where the blossoms were in full bloom. She lived for 17 days. So when we arrived, they were in full bloom. When she passed away, they were withering away. This is my family underneath that tree where we extubated her. Even though it was such a dark time in our life, being in that garden, being under that tree was healing, even though it was so tragic. And I didn't know what the meaning behind the blossoms were until about a month after her death. So that's something that's really kind of stuck with me, and something that I shared with Caleb from Parks about the meaning behind blossoms. And with his help, we have chosen these beautiful blooming trees, these shrubs, perennials that all will have different colors and bloom at different times. It's going to be a beautiful garden that will bloom and blossom at different times, and will just remind people that there is hope. Thank you. And just in closing too, that to thank the City of Grande Prairie for their support with the garden. We will be recognizing you as one of our platinum sponsors on our garden donor wall. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ladies. I appreciate the information. For a reminder for council, any City of Grande Prairie assets that are to be renamed require a council motion. So that's why the delegation is here this evening. If there's any questions now for the delegation, and if not, we deal with delegation business at the end of our meeting. I'll recognize Councillor Berg in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, ladies. Out of coincidence, we ran into a coffee shop yesterday, and one of the things that you'd brought up, and I know that this was a question amongst council, is you did talk to the Friendship Center in advance of this. So if you just want to update us with that as well.
Yes, they were invited to our brainstorming sessions for the names, and Abby could not attend both sessions, but every time that there was an update, I would send her the list of potential names, and I did run it by her as well as Monique from the Friendship Center, and they were happy with the name.
Thank you.
Especially after the explanation of how that all is pulled together.
Wonderful, thank you.
I see no one else in the queue. So again, I thank you for coming tonight. You're more than welcome to sit around and wait, or administration will follow up with you regarding that, regarding any business that arises from your delegation presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, now moving into public hearings under item 14.1, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-155. And I will look to Mr. DeRoche for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The proposed bylaw is a rezoning from general industrial to commercial arterial. The subject property is 9610 108th Street, which is on the eastern side of the Richmond Industrial Park, just at the intersection with West Side Drive. And it is on one of our high visibility arterial roads, 108th Street. The proposed land use change is from general industrial, which provides a range of industrial options and commercial uses, and allows for some outdoor storage. The commercial arterial district is quite similar, it being the heavier or more intensive commercial district, which allows for some light industrial uses, no outdoor storage, but then a greater variety of commercial options, things like retail, restaurants, and those types of general commercial uses, and is intended to be applied along arterial roadways and things with a high visibility corridor. So the subject property is surrounded by other general industrial sites. To the north is a number of commercial arterial properties just off of 100 Ave, and then there's a mix of commercial arterial and lighter industrial business to the east. So it is similar to the surrounding uses in terms of allowable land uses and the types of development you would expect to see in the area. In that sense, we see it as compatible. It is along the high visibility corridor, which is a benefit to having commercial arterial there, and partly because redevelopment would then require the higher design standards of the high visibility corridor as well as a commercial arterial district. And so we would potentially get some enhancements along that high traffic area. And so based on that, we see the land use as compatible to the area and for supporting some more development and reuse in that site. In terms of municipal development policies, in the generalized land use concept, the area is designated as industrial, which is the purple large swath in the kind of bottom left of that map. You can see the orange kind of surrounding the property. And so part of the interpretation of the map is it's a generalized concept. And so these aren't hard boundaries. So based on that, we don't see a need for a municipal development plan amendment for this. In terms of policies, the MDP does have a number of policies regarding preserving a land supply for different uses, including industrial specifically. And so this would reduce the availability of industrial land in this area, although CA does allow for a range of lighter industrial options. However, there is quite a bit of new industrial land opening up just to the west, and so we don't deem it as a detriment to the area. It may just be part of the natural transition along this corridor. And so we believe that this is in alignment with the intent of the MDP. And so in addition to the land use change, what we would see at the development permit stage is a number of things that would be triggered when they come for an actual permit. So as I previously mentioned, the high visibility corridor requires higher standards for the site and the building facade. And so we would see things triggered such as landscaping, repaving if necessary, things like line painting and curves, and improving the appearance of the facade. And then the actual access to the site would be revisited as it's adjacent to a very complex intersection. And so working with engineering, the applicants would address those items. And so based on this, we would likely see an aesthetic improvement to the site if this is approved and redevelopment does occur. Some of the current land uses would potentially be grandfathered, so that may go on for some time before any changes occur. And then also some of the current uses are also allowed within the CA district, so they may continue those. So this rezoning isn't a guarantee of that change, but it is a promising factor in if there is any redevelopment, just getting improvements to that site. So we see that as a benefit of this rezoning. We did our usual required notification to adjacent property owners and signage on the property. We did not receive any comments in regards to this application. Based on our analysis and the lack of any concerns expressed, we recommend in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thanks for your introduction, Mr. Grosh. Moving on to questions for administration. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Is it in order to ask what types of businesses can go into the place? Is there what the intent of the building changes that are going to take place? Like, is it going to be a strip mall?
Mr. DeRoche, would you mind explaining the permitted uses in once if the change is approved?
Okay. Thank you, through the mayor. So we were notified by the applicant that the intended change is to a retail store. It's quite an extensive list of what they could have in the new district. So that includes things like minor automotive services and repair, commercial business centers, so it could be multiple units, restaurants like family restaurants or fast food. And then there are some uses that we wouldn't expect to go on the site, like hotel or motel, based on the size and location, but those are also allowed in the district. If there's a specific type of use you have a question about, I can.
Or we could wait till the delegation comes. All right. Councillor Blackmore.
I think Councillor O'Connor actually asked the question. So it's just we're moving from one type of business to another. There's a new business hopefully going into the location. You said retail, so that's a tricky corner to access. Is that going to be impacted by an increase in customers? Or would you have any idea at this point?
Through the mayor. So that is a potential concern that the applicant would need to work through with their engineering department. The challenge at the rezoning stage is the exact use isn't specified. So the actual access solution will depend on what they're proposing at the development permit stage. But that is something we've consulted with the engineering department about and feel can be addressed.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, Mr. Arsenault, I love the idea of the corner being more aesthetically pleasing. The question that I have is, I guess just for scope or importance, do you know if there's a condition of sale hinging on this based on our decision?
Through the mayor, I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Hold that question, okay? Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clinton. Thanks for the information. My question, when you had that list of permit considerations, and you did inform the neighbors of this area, was this list part of that information that you sent them? Like, are they fully aware of these permit considerations that may be put onto them at some point if grandfathering wasn't part of this, or if grandfathering is that like all end time, or is it just for a term of time? Like, how does that work?
Mr. DeRoche.
So through the mayor, this only applies to the one site. It won't impact the adjacent properties. So the adjacent property owners weren't notified of those specific impacts. They were just informed of the land use change and a bit about how that process works. In terms of grandfathering, what grandfathering means is if you have a use that was approved when you built it and then the zoning changes so it's no longer allowed, you're allowed to continue that use. So there are a number of circumstances where you wouldn't be able to, such as if there was a fire that destroyed the building, or if you discontinued the use for more than 6 months. And so continuing the use would not trigger any of these site changes.
Okay, so the term wouldn't change, but perhaps change within that business will change the considerations at some point, selling it or
through the mayor, specifically when they come in for a development permit.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I see no one else in the queue, so now I'm going to go to the presentation and submission portion of our meeting. If you are here to speak in support of this bylaw amendment, I ask that you come to the table now and introduce yourself. Good evening. If you could introduce yourself for those who are watching at home, and take your 5 minutes, and then council may have some questions.
Good evening. My name is Cody. I'm with Barriston Associates Engineering and Survey. I'm joined today by my colleagues Tanner and Amna from our planning department. We're here to speak in favor of this file as we represent the owner here. Appreciate the presentation by administration. It outlines what we'd asked, and I know we are looking for 3 readings tonight, so just here to answer any questions or comments if anybody has any. I know there's maybe a few, but I think it's fairly straightforward.
It may be time saving if you can tell us what information you know about this project, because that's pretty much where the questions are coming from.
Sure. So the designation here, the commercial is required because it's, again, not getting too far down the line in terms of specifics, but retail, an outfitting company, in the hunting outdoor realm, I guess is what I can say. So there's no doubt the corner will look better. But understanding there probably is some access issues that will be discussed as we get down the road with the file. There's only so much that can be done, but the property owners have held that property for a long time. I think they understand what can and can't be done there. So,
perfect. Thank you. Questions for delegation, council? Councillor O'Toole.
From what you know, and I know you probably may or may not know the answer, is there any plans to demolish this building and build a new one, or they're going to refurbish this one?
From what I understand at this time, this building will be refurbished in some ways. I don't believe complete demolition is any part of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, last call for council for questions for the delegation. I see no one, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll now ask if there's anyone else here to speak in support of this bylaw amendment. And I'm aware there's no one online this evening, so I'll ask one more time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this amendment. Seeing none, I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this amendment. And I will ask a second time, anyone here or online hoping to speak in opposition to this bylaw amendment. And a third time, Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this amendment? I do see Councillor Thiessen in the queue. Okay. All right. So no one has presented themselves to speak in opposition. Therefore, I'll close this public hearing and look to business arising. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-155 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
All right. So that motion is in order to give first reading here tonight. And being an amendment to the land use bylaw, no discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Now, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-155. And speaking to this motion, as Mr. Bairstow said, it's pretty cut and dry, fairly simple. It looks like we may be transitioning some of our industrial around, and this could just form a nice tit for tat for the commercial buildings across the street on each side and a block up in that Staples corner there. I have no issues with the potential use of it. And I think that the landowners will develop accordingly and work with our administration accordingly to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So with all that being said, I would move that Council approve second reading.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. That's a motion to give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-155. Comments or questions from Council? Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call a question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-155 at this meeting.
Thank you. That motion is in order. This is a motion to have third reading here tonight at this meeting. It must pass unanimously in order for us to have third reading here tonight. I will call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
All right, to finish off the business here, I'd move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-155 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. This is a motion to give third reading here tonight. Please vote. I'll call the question. Please vote. And that too carries unanimously. That is it for our public hearings tonight. Moving on to delegation business. First, from our delegations, item 15.1, Mr. Arsenal from the Canadian Mental Health Association. An opportunity for discussion, debate, business arising. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council direct administration to bring to the appropriate standing committee recommendation concerning this request. And just to speak to it, I know that there's some questions Council has for administration. I've got some myself, but I think it would be good practice to let them go, write a report, get the context, make sure they understand it fully, and bring it to a place where we can have some good conversation about it. So we've had these requests in a number of times over the past couple of years, and we've always approved them, and I think generally it's probably a good policy to move forward with, but there might be something weird about this property we don't know. So I think it'd be good to let administration dig in before we dig in.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Item 15.2, our second delegation this evening from the Tiny Hands of Hope. Looking for a motion to name the garden portion of Musquite Park. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to propose a motion. I don't see it on my screen, but to change the name to, no?
Not changing any names.
Or naming it, thank you, to the Blossoming Garden of Hope.
Right. So just a motion to name the Tiny Hands of Hope Memorial Garden, that space at Musquite Park, to the Blossoming Garden of Hope. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, we'll just give, oh, sorry, Councillor O'Toole. You always do it as soon as I'm done, looking away.
No. You're
Pretty much.
looking at your nails or something. I'm not sure what you're doing.
Looking at the screen for the motion.
Just giving you a hard time. No, I totally support this, and I think the name actually is a name that everybody can basically live with. So it's I support this wholeheartedly.
All right, thanks for your comments. Anyone else? No one's in the queue. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to council member reports. We're going to start with Councillor O'Connor tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I won't mention all of the things that I attended, only to give other people an opportunity to participate. But I really enjoyed going to the Canadian Planning meeting in Leduc, which was very informative and opened my eyes to the planning process from a different perspective. We had never taken the opportunity that I know of sending someone down to this committee, but it was very well done. So thank you. And then the last one, the Grande Prairie Public Library meeting, that was a very good meeting, and that's all I have to report today.
All right, Councillor O'Toole.
There we go. Thank you very much. I'm just going to go through a number of them as well. Travel Alberta Mixer and Conference. I attended that and gave words on behalf of the mayor. I attended a Zoom meeting, Scaling Up Climate Action in Alberta, Community Stakeholders Workshop. And as far as I can see, we're above average with the rest of the community or the rest of the province with what we have done so far. I attended the Decoy Armories Hub Project kickoff and Steps for Life 5-kilometer walk. It was it pertains to the National Day of Mourning of people who lost their lives, were injured, or life-altering diseases. I attended the Doctors Appreciation Evening and the 3D charity event that we attended. But most of all, I'd like to just make a couple comments on the GP Grows Dig It program that we have in the city, and I attended that. It's supposed to start at noon. People were lined up at 11, and there was at least 600 people plus that attended, and we had this at the recreational facility in the Smith subdivision and reception area. Once again, there was 600 people, received about 1,200 seed potatoes, onions, bulbs, and many, many types of seeds. Examples include zucchini, beets, and tomatoes, and there was much more. But heartfelt thanks to the people that really did an outstanding job, in my opinion. And thanks go out to the staff, Jessica, Kirsten, Amy, and Michelle Gartner. And many thanks and positive comments from all who attended. Everything from young teenagers that are just going to college to seniors that really appreciated it. And I think this is something that people are finding. It's hard to buy groceries with the limited number of dollars that they have. And this was definitely a support for them. And I just got one more item. I got the South Bear Creek East Coast Garden Party. They did their lineup, and Mariana's Trench is coming to Grande Prairie, and another group or band, I guess, is July Talk. I don't know who they are, but I guess they're going to be the hit of the summer. So there you go. And there's another bunch of undercards there. So that is my report. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Blackmore.
Just a couple of things. It was not as crowded a couple weeks as we've been having. I attended the Tourism Town Hall, which Tourism Alberta came to share some of the changes that they are seeing, some of the new items in their strategic plan, and showed us some of their post-COVID marketing initiatives. So we're going to see some interesting Adventure Alberta ads, I think. I also attended the GP Grows Dig It on Saturday and took home my felt planter bag of potatoes that are sitting on my deck, which will grow. It's an interesting concept of how to garden in small spaces because as been the case, such as in the Second World War, where there was a huge program to encourage people to do just that. They reduced people's reliance on grocery stores by quite a significant margin. So it would be interesting to see if Grande Prairie could do the same. John's laughing at me because I always know history.
She was there.
Yeah, right.
All right, moving along. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So a few things. Nighthawk board meeting, Bear Paw Par 3 Golf at South Bear Creek is now open. And one exciting thing is in anticipation of a successful bid for the 2024 Alberta Winter Games, Nighthawk is actually exploring adding a new feature. So it's still not there, but exploring adding a snow cross track to Nighthawk, which would be a lot of fun. I'm also the chair of the Arts Advisory Committee at Northwestern Polytechnic. Lots going on with their programs, all positive. A couple of things that I just want to mention. Currently at the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie, their independent study students have an exhibition up. And yesterday in the Teresa Sargent Hall, there was a weekend symphony. While not directly involved with Northwest Polytechnic, it was a number of faculty members from their music program that host and put this on. So these people are involved in the community. I'll leave some of these for other people. Again, travel went to the Travel Alberta Mixer and the Travel Alberta presentation, and tourism is one area of significant growth as an economic driver. So we're looking forward to that. And Indigenous Tourism Alberta is really looking to expand their footprint here in the Peace Country, and that's an organization that I'm very proud to be part of. And the Doctor Appreciation at the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie, which was referred to earlier by one of our delegations. I think that's a wonderful idea. It was great seeing the doctors. I know that they felt welcome there. And it's nice to show off a nice cultural asset that the city has that a lot of doctors really engage with, and it opened that door to the community for some of these doctors that come from different places. So thank you to all of the organizers here at the city that put that on. And so that's what I've got. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor Thiessen.
Ooh, I thought we were going to go all the way around.
I cannot risk ending with you.
Oh, no, you can't, because I'll make people cry. No, I won't make people cry today. As Councillor Blackmore said, it was a bit of a slower couple weeks, but I will highlight a couple events on May 3rd, right after the last council meeting. Councillor Bressie and I got the opportunity to sit in this chamber again with our grade 5-6 classroom and teach them all about municipal government. Of course, it's always good to see what happens and what they want to debate, but they had a pretty solid, good debate. It was probably one of the better kid debates I've ever seen. It was about tearing down the leisure center and the composite high school and building a giant roller coaster over top of it. So that was the topic of debate. Level-headeds prevailed at the end of the vote, and it was a 1-8, and the only dissenting vote was from Councillor Bressie.
Opposition.
In support of the roller coaster, and he had nothing to do with encouraging that child to do it. They just happened to be sitting in the seat and holding the proxy, so he must be keeping some energy there or something to influence anyone who may sit there. The other thing I want to highlight is on May 12th, as Councillor O'Toole said, we went to Kateri Mission School for the 3D children's presentation. If you're not aware of the 3D children's charity hockey and soccer, it was talked about a bit at committee, but just 3-on-3 tournaments, kids helping kids, raising money for sick kids to help alleviate the costs of their family to go and get the medical treatments that they need in cities elsewhere. In total, this charity's raised over $1.3 million for our community, and Councillor O'Toole and I got to witness 4 kids being helped and being surrounded by not just the sponsors and the teachers, but also by the kids that helped raise the money. And the spirit in that parking lot was above the charts, and a lot of happy kids left that day. Not just the kids that got gifts and money, but the kids that got to give the gifts and money. So it was a beautiful thing. Thanks.
That's awesome. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Pretty much what most others did, I participated in as well. I'm going to speak to the Rotary Club, the Friday Club, and I know for the bigger type of projects that they're all coming together as one, so that's great to hear. But outside of the decoy armories, yesterday I had the privilege of meeting 3 young Ukrainian boys that came over 2 days ago and joined our community. They've been placed with a job, somewhere to live, really great Rotary family. And, businesses like Edwards has given them clothes, and the Rotary Club has given them, some dollars. Walmart has given them gift cards. So, the community's pulling together in all these little different pieces to welcome these young men. They were from university, so they weren't fighting in the war at the time, or right now, I guess. So we welcomed them. Only one spoke English, but great kids, pretty tired. I imagine this was one heck of a trip to get here, and everything is new and intriguing and somewhat scary. So it was a privilege to meet them. I also attended the local immigration partnership committee, and there, I have to say, part of council's strategic directions is to deal with, involvement and inclusion of our immigrants in our community. So I'm happy to be on that committee. We were talking again predominantly on how Canada is bringing in the Ukrainian refugees at this point. So that was a good lesson, and in the 4 different ways they can come in. And I think everything else was spoken of, other than the economic development workshop, which was a reminder for all of us of, how we need to, again, a strategic direction of council to increase economic development in our area and region. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bosch. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. On behalf of council, I was at a lot of events others mentioned, so I won't rehash those. But in my role with Alberta municipalities, I got to do an investment advisory committee meeting, an audit and finance committee meeting, and ministers, municipal and library boards awards of excellence meeting. Those were all very short meetings with very long reading packages. And I learned a lot. I'm not going to say they were interesting, but I learned a lot. And I especially appreciated the Ministers' Awards of Excellence, got to see some unique ideas happening around Alberta, and I've already sent a few to our directors about here's something that another municipality is trying, and I'm sure council will be hearing about a few of those ideas too. So it actually was cool to hear what's going on across the province. I also got to attend a phone call with the Safety Board of Canada to talk about RCMP retro pay. And there were probably, I'm not even going to guess, but there were a couple dozen, anyways, other municipal representatives there, including Director Arlen and Miss Whiteway. And it felt like really good engagement. It didn't feel like it was just them checking off a box. It felt like it was actually good engagement. There was a lot of conversation there, just educating them about how municipal budget cycles work and where we get our money from. And it sounded like there might be quite a bit of time yet till invoices come out, because it sounds like they actually are going to go back to cabinet and talk about what happens next. So that's optimistic. I think a really rational thing that a lot of municipalities are advocating for is look, we get the 2.5, we get the retro pay that we have to pay it, and maybe we shouldn't, but if you're going to make us pay that, at least only make us pay the 2.5% per year that you told us we should budget for. And seems to be some openness to at least considering not making us pay more than we were originally told we'd have to pay. So that was optimistic. Last thing I've got on my list is one that I'm actually going to right now. There's a group in town that's trying to form a society to start advocating and working on our local trails. Basically, you've got a whole bunch of people that are really well-intentioned. They go out on trails throughout the region. They just do work on the weekend, and there's no coordination to it. The municipalities don't know it's happening, so often they come and they undo a lot of that work. And basically, this group wants to start coordinating things. And so I've had a couple meetings with them to help them figure out how do you form a nonprofit, what are some reasonable things that this might look like. And they've got their inaugural meeting is happening right now, actually. So I'll be heading over after this council meeting to see who shows up, and I hope they have a full room. And if anybody would like to join me to hear what they're talking about, you're more than welcome to join me.
All right. Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Lerners.
Well, I must say I am jealous of Councillor Bressie. An investment and an audit and a library board. What an adrenaline rush that must have been. You can see why he wants to build a roller coaster on the old comp site. And as for Ms. Blackmore, I truly agree that margarine was a substitute for butter. So I'll give you that. Speaking of old things, I did go to the decoy thing. It's nice to see that that facility has continued to be used over all these years. And oh, geez, and yeah. So it's that was fun to see that there's a lot of support for that. There's a lot of people there, so that was good. Won't go over some of the other stuff. I did meet with the curling rink a little bit. Talked about some of their hopes and dreams and aspirations, and so that's exciting as they try and squeeze as much as they can out of that facility. And then the last was the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and seems to be a kind of a switch from COVID supports now to try and deal with some of the labor shortages. And so that committee is going to try and get together to try and brainstorm around that, and a lot of great business minds there. So hopefully that all turns into something that is makes a difference for the citizens of Grande Prairie. And I'll leave it at that. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Lerners. I actually have quite a few things. I'll try to go through it briefly. Had the opportunity to represent council at the Arbor Day ceremonial tree planting, which this year was at Riverside School. It was a really nice day compared to last year when I did it at St. Catherine's School, and me and 5 kids were allowed to be arm's length away from each other. So this time it was great. It was 3 classrooms of young kids and a big crowd, and it was a big improvement. Also attended the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Two-Spirited Red Dress Walk at Muskogee Park. Also with Councillor O'Connor, and I feel someone else was on that call, but took a course in respectful leadership in local government, stressing the fact of be kind, be respectful, be civil. We are a fortunate council and organization that get along and make little jabs at each other and still get our work done, but there are many councils across Canada that aren't as fortunate as us. So it was a good reminder. Also, I had the pleasure of spending an entire Saturday at the Northwest Polytechnic Convocation. The morning session was tradespeople, certificates, diploma programs that were between a year and 2-year programs. The afternoon session was through the U of A teachers and nurses graduations. So smaller group the second afternoon, but a much larger, more energetic crowd as the nurses and teachers were very excited to be done their extensive education and training. One positive takeaway from that, there was 50 nurses that graduated that day, and every single one of them has been employed. So great news. Also, on that day, because of Convocation, I didn't have the opportunity to attend, but I did want to mention that the Center for Young Parents is having a raffle. They had a Playhouse reveal that day. So if you're out and about, it was at Canadian Tire on display, and I think it's still there. But go online, check it out. They raffle a really elaborate, really cool Playhouse that I've seen pictures of now. Just wanted to mention in regards to Councillor Berg's comment of the snow cross, ski cross track potential at Nighthawk. That piece also in turn would be a downhill bike course in the summer. So a really filling a piece of missing. All right. All right. Okay, so anyways. Filling a missing piece of infrastructure that's required in our community and our region for recreation. So thank you for bringing that up, Councillor Berg. Also wanted to send a big shout out to Amanda Westwater. We, as many councillors mentioned, we had a doctor's appreciation event, and events like that don't take place without support from people like Amanda. We as a council have been moving very quickly and doing a lot of work, and she supports us in many sort of avenues of our business, so I just wanted to send her a big thanks for that. Sort of a highlight of last week, which was a little bit unexpected, I had a personal visit with Angie Krihar, who brought a media team with her and TV crew and global, and unbeknownst to me, it was, I knew she was working with TELUS on a piece about her trip, but I didn't know she was coming here for us to do a film piece together. But regardless, it was a great catch up with Angie, and she brought me a special little gift, and lots of hugs, of course, so it was great to see Angie. Last week, myself and CAO Nicolay attended the ARC Grande Prairie office opening, which was a really cool piece because it was a skeleton of a building that in turn, through our development incentive grant, came to fruition to a purpose-built facility for a head office for ARC. So it was a great to have a tour, and they had all their executives from Calgary up as well as the local people. So it was great to see that building come to fruition. Then today, attended Northwest Polytechnic. Thank you to the external stakeholders. So they have done their, as we know, their rebranding, but they've also done their put together their consultation and document as they take the next step forward, and what it looks like for the next 12 years for them to be successful. So really a measured success of showing how they will feel that they are successful. So that was a great session as well. Other than that, I think I will call the meeting adjourned, and thank you all for your attendance tonight.
Thank you.